Okay, I think that this should be working the way I want it to work now. So I hope that I'm going to assume it's going now. And the thought is now, I had to restart the stream. Why did I have to restart the stream? Because I got all my streaming stuff set up while I was working on some other things, but a timer started on what I used to record my stream, and it had been 9 minutes when I went live, and so I was like, none of my timestamps are going to make sense. So now I think I can say that it's 0:43. I'm explaining welcome to the live stream, so I've added a Canvas discussion board called Live Stream Office Stamps that I'll have in all of my classes, that you basically can come here, find my stream by clicking here. When you click this button here, it goes to my YouTube channel, and particularly goes to where my streams are, and you'll see, oh, there he is. I'm in my office. I go in here, and wow, there I am. So crazy, internet. And you can come in here and say, hey, I have a question. And once you say you have a question, I'll be able to answer that question. And then once I'm done answering that question, I'll come in here, and let's say I just finished kind of showing people how these timestamps work. I'll go in here as the professor, I'll edit this and say, okay, from here to here, I've made it much easier for students to understand how timestamps work. I'll just save that, and I'll pull this off to the side, and hopefully we can have some students join. But I might have probably overly confused them. Ha! Good! We've got a question! Awesome. Go ahead, hit me with your question, and I will either say something, whatever. Ooh, I want to make sure I hear my birds, because I love my birds. Go ahead, hit me with the question, and I'll make a timestamp for it that I believe should be accurate. I'm not sure how well the timestamps are working. I'll need some student feedback on how this all works, but I think it'll work pretty well. So, let's see. And maybe at some point I'll pay for something better than this Apple Notes app. But nice, we got timestamps. Let me throw those into that thing a second. Thank you, student, for that. That is huge. Go to join class. And we'll go to our Miss class, grab our timestamps. I'm a bit confused on Aldol addition and condensation. May you go over, please? And I'll say this before I do. Can you tell me what you have seen in a class video or a resource you liked, and give me something to start on, or a place to go to? The mech is pretty available. I can't spell, so I'll just let it go. But the Y of the arrows is not as easy to find. Let me post a video here if you don't have a good video of just the mech. And again, I'm not going to make a timestamp about this quite yet because I haven't answered the question, but anybody who's watching or listening or popping in, and So, okay, they did see the class video on beta hydroxyaldehyde. It was in class video 5. Great. So they have seen something about it. And what I'm trying to do here is I absolutely am interested in spending my time helping students, but I want to be a little bit more considerate about how there is some really good resources out there already. And yes, I'm sure I could create an awesome video myself or an awesome timestamp myself going over the mechanism myself, but I don't think it's the best use of my time when that resource is really widely available. And so instead, send a student to watch that resource almost like they were in my office. And I'd say, okay, let's pull up your laptop, watch this video, do it on paper, and I'm in the office to explain more of the interesting stuff, the timestamps that a student doesn't need to come here for a timestamp on this mechanism. It's widely available, but some issues students are having with this thing I'd be very interested in. Okay, great. Let's copy this link. And so so they have definitely seen something already. And so let's go to the schedule. And let's make sure I have a good understanding of what mechanism. Oh, that was a great discussion I had with somebody, but let's make sure I know which mechanism was gone over. He breaks apart the bonds first. And then I'm not is that actually the So I would say be a little careful, I think, my student. You might be looking at something that is a different wait, am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. Classic me, I'm wrong. They're right. Cool. Alright, so let me just make it really clear a second, so I'm aware. So when does that mechanism start? Right around... what time point is this? I can show this on the stream real quick. Okay, so that is about 48. Make a new thing a second. You could see, what I love about that is when you see how the screen went dark for a second, that's because I was recording this on my what this is, and then I was screenshotting something for some stuff I had to work on. Not good stuff I had to work on, but stuff I had to work on. Oh, don't cheat, please don't cheat. All I ask is that you do it yourself. I'm trying. Okay, so this is 4930. Okay, so for my student who has a question on this mechanism, you have watched all the way up to... Let's see, where does the mechanism end? Takes a while. And we need to talk about the elimination, which he goes through quite well. And then... he does it here. It basically is until the end of the class, so great. So we'll say it goes to 1 hour and 13:30. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so that video is from 49:30 to 1:13:30. What I would like is, can you or have you done the mech by hand? If not, do it with video and hang out in the live stream. Ask questions and give me a timestamp for an arrow or step you want more of the why on. Dr. W may have it, but I can add my take. I don't want to do whole mech because that is done already. And I'm just going to go back to my other screen for a second and... So, several of us were confused about the major minor products of the glucose anomer. In Dr. Weinschag's lecture, he describes the alpha anomer to the major over the beta, but other sources say that it is merely greater than expected. Okay, fair. So let me say this. I'll just say I will always trust Dr. W in terms of he's taught this class many more times than me. And yes, we all misspeak as professors. AI makes mistakes, professors make mistakes, students make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. So if he is saying something is greater, whatever, or greater than expected, well, can you provide me with some sources that I can even look at? You might be able to post them in chat. If not, go ahead and shoot me an email. I can look at it in my Emory email. Or we can just say that I'm going to take his word as... Well, I'll say this. If I do write a question on this topic, I won't focus on you telling me which is greater, but I will explain, what about this six-membered ring is interesting, in a, not a steric sense, because steric arguments, I think, tells us the other one, but what does electronic arguments tell us? And, oh, I forgot to take a timestamp. I can kind of take it now. This was at about, let's give it maybe a little bit ahead of time. Around, let's say, 1830. And we don't know when it's ending, so we're talking about the two chairs, or alpha, beta, anomer chairs, and one being greater than... Because I myself was a little bit thrown off when this came up in lecture. Because for students who are looking at the timestamp or have come to this discussion later, because I don't think you'll be able to see the chat, but basically we're kind of saying, and I believe he used the other chair actually. So let's get the other chair in here. Come on. Thank you, other chair. Okay. So what was interesting in class is he was talking about how there's two ways that the cyclization of a linear sugar can form, and we get two chiral centers. One of them results in again, I haven't added the extra what I was taught lettuce, which I think is kind of cute, but I haven't added all the extra stuff. So there is other stuff going on the molecule in red that I have not labeled, because I kind of want to focus on what was really interesting in class, which was how he was talking about how there's this structure, which every student would say, yep, that's the stable chair, Professor Pratt, Professor W, but he brought up this really, shocking statement that he's like, whoa, slow down, would you believe it? But this chair, again, in lecture, he said this chair is more common. Now, let's pause for a second and realize that there are a lot of different sugars that we could cyclize. There's a lot of these different chains that once we break these back apart, once we break them back into their sugar form and we extend it back out to its linear form, there's a lot of other things going on this part of the molecule. And so his one answer he gave in class, he may have been accurate for the sugar he was talking about, but he may not be accurate about other sugars. And so let's leave that as a very key part of understanding that when he's talking in class about this one being the major product, he might have been right for the sugar he was talking about, but other sugars that have other things and other chiral centers on this part of the chair, they may cause this one to go back to being the most common one, but still what this student did a beautiful job describing is greater than expected. Why is this greater than expected? And I think the video explains it well, but I'd be happy to provide maybe my take on some things, although to be frank, my take on it is going to be fairly similar. So I'm just refreshing my email. I haven't quite seen it come in yet. And so let's edit this for now and just say I did some explanation, but we have not really done anything more. We'll wait. We can work on the exam. So send me that, and I'll Awesome. Let me make a quick little timestamp on this one. So I just got an awesome email from a student, and ideally, again, the student would not know this, but ideally, depending on how good you are at working with libraries and finding references and finding sources and works cited pages, I would love if you would do the work of going through all the logins and red tape to get me the PDF of the paper so I can save it later for my own reference. I don't expect you to do it, and what you've given me is already enough. But what we see here is this data table is coming from a paper, and let's see if I can resize it percentage-wise to go up to, let's say, 300. Awesome. Where, again, I believe this should work in ChemDraw. ChemDraw also has a really great feature where we can convert a name to a structure. So let's first see glucose. Awesome, look at this. Oh, ChemDraw, you beautiful program. Structure, convert name to structure. Let's also add mannose. So, okay, again, notice how what's different about these? Well, they are diastereomers. We have two different, well, wait a second, they're not diastereomers. These are not diastereomers because they all share the same stereocenter. The only thing that changes is here. So let's even look at this. ChemDraw skills are, you can look at a structure and say, well, I could get my hand and go through all the right hand rules, and I love doing that. I showed that in class. But notice how it's RR, RR, SS, SR. So these are diastereomers because they have stereocenters where one stereocenter is different. They're not enantiomers from one another. However, I believe we learned a different one, which is that these are epimerers, which also has one more word. Instead of just being epimers, epimers, I think is actually the technical term. Epimers, which he also says sterics. Is that right? I say sterics. Is it sterics or sterics? What are we going to say here? And we also want to... other word. So not only are these diastereomers of one another, there's a couple of different words for these things. Maybe it is that. Well, they're definitely not enantiomers. They're not mirror images of one another. They're not, every chiral center is not the other chiral center. And so they are diastereomers. And what about this is special? Okay, and it's an even better form, or it's an even more specific, epimer is an even more specific form of a diastereomer. Anyway, so great, we have these two things. And then we have the structure, object, structure, convert name to structure. We have pyranose, which when I just put in pyranose, let's see what happens. Okay, it doesn't have one. So does it take a pyranose maybe? No. Okay. How about alpha pyranose? Nope. Or I bet it's a very specific name, isn't it? It probably is. Ah, you put in the sugar name. Very good. And then you have to tell it some other things. So let's just see a second. All right, great. So we have glucopyranose here in this one. And look at! So let me just grab this for a second and structure, object, show stereochemistry. So let's kind of notice for a second how in class, Dr. W did a great job describing... Did I take a timestamp for this? I think I did. Yeah, I did. So the good job of describing right over here, this R here at the end of the chain, the one that's actually connecting it, is this carbon here is still R. This one here, object, structure, colors, light blue. Oh, wait. What's going on here? Boom. 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 Did I put in the wrong one? Because something feels off about me. I don't know why this stereocenter is the way it is. Let me know in chat if you're noticing something that's wrong. But I would suspect that, shouldn't that be what it is? Now, granted, I did pull this from ChemDraw. maybe I needed to put in this one instead. So let's try structure to name. All right, that is what I just created. So that's this structure over here. And so we do have a lot of different naming conventions for these things, depending on the chiral centers on the ring itself, the sugar that we use to bring these two together. Either the D or L, I bet glucose would be it. And so right there's, that is the beta. Okay, great. So we're starting to get some stuff going on. So let's put this here. And let's go ahead and do structure, convert name to structure, and let's see if I can find a Greek alphabet for alpha. Haha, I can. And there's this one here. Okay, great. And let's check a second for some things that I want to. And so the next thing I want to do is see if I can even get this paper for a second. This is really an incredible question. So I just want to say right now that for the student or students who brought this question into my live stream, first and foremost, I want to be very transparent about my teaching does involve me being wrong quite a lot. Especially as a new teacher and as somebody who loves learning. And so when you bring me a research paper that goes against what was said in class, that can make my teaching more accurate, and I can provide a research paper in class with real data, I want to give you right now that if you go on Canvas and say, let's show you where to go on Canvas for the students who brought this question. And be careful not to show student names. I don't see any student names there. I shouldn't see them in assignments, I don't think, if I'm careful. But, okay, so right now, for my students who brought this information in, I would like you to go to discussion board evidence, ongoing report for all contracts to some degree. Go ahead, go to this quiz, and let's, I'm gonna be careful again. I'm just gonna be careful not to show anything before we do anything too froggy. So let's view it as a student. Okay, so now I'm in my student mode. I go in here. For the people who brought this discussion here, go ahead and go to the discussion board evidence. And, oh no, I locked it. Good thing I'm checking these things. Okay. This is such a bad timestamp. I'll get rid of this timestamp. It doesn't help. That's probably too. Why is it not available? Oh, I'm such a fool. Okay, changing it. I'm not a fool. I just make mistakes. Save. Alright, we're back. Okay, again, so, you know what? I'll make a timestamp on this, because I think this is kind of... So, when a student tells me I'm wrong, I love this. This makes my teaching better. It will, and especially when somebody brings a research paper. So here is a research paper we're going to look at in a second. But when you bring me a research paper that shows me I'm wrong, and just in general, you've done the work of finding research for me that I can use in my class later, because it seems like the data table, to some degree, even still lets me talk about the anomeric effect using data, which I'm very excited about. But what I'd like you to do, student, is go to discussion board evidence, and in here, you can build on the last attempt. So if you've submitted before, which nobody could have because it was locked, but you could build on it. What I'd like you to say is for your week 2 discussion board evidence, this is a discussion board when I post these timestamps. You're interacting with me and helping with other students. So what I'd like you to say is, I came to office hour with a paper saying you may have misspoke. You know, this is plus 1 point, you know, in theory, but I would negotiate up to more points. This is huge. This is mastery. This is you saying, I understand what's going on, and I even questioned it, which is like, that is the best thing a scientist can do. And so you'll take this and say, okay, I now have something in my negotiation that says I deserve a lot more points for my discussion board interactions. No, you didn't interact on the discussion board with your own text, but there's somebody who can go to a timestamp, come to this video, and because you interacted, it goes back to the discussion board and makes the discussion board better. So please do that, and let's get back to seeing if I can get this paper. So student sent me this. So first thing, let's figure out how good is molecules? Do we trust molecules? I know what chemistry organic journals are good, but I don't know about other ones. So let's see how good molecules is. And let's go here. I just want to see if I can find this journal. Well, actually, let's check something else first before we even do that. Let's grab this. Cited by 26 people. Okay, so I'm willing to say this paper has some weight to it, and it's open access. Oh, baby! These are some of my favorite scientists of all time, if they're doing open access stuff. All right, so let's do some peer reviewing ourselves. Let's make some decision making about if we like their research or not. So to go through it as quickly as we can. Great. Great, makes sense. So they're doing column chromatography, which you should have seen in lab in 202 to some degrees, using intermolecular forces, and I believe in this case, I guess diastereomers you can separate without chiral columns. So, okay, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay, great. So here's a great picture as well to add. So let's snip this in a second. And I need my page to be even bigger. Let's go up to 100 by, or yeah, sure, 400. Can you do that, Kendra, or will you die? Nah, you're still working good. Okay, so we got that. And I don't know how long that timestamp went, so I'll just keep going to, let's say, 38 or something. Question. Or, you know, I don't need to do the whole timestamp. I just have to do a start. When a student tells me I'm wrong, get points for bringing your masterful research. No, please don't have errors. Oh, it's because I'm in student view. Fair. Let's go back to editing this. So let's pull this over here, let's pull this over here. So this is something they told us about. Cool. Okay. And let's, you know, I'm not going to confirm this. Let me just ask. Can you confirm Dr. W talked about the D isomer of glucose or the L? I'm guessing he did D because I think that's the more common one and the one that our bodies use. Let's get back to the PDF. Just here. Okay. Okay, results under alkaline conditions are at least partially ionized, so they're deprotonating some of the alcohols. Well, that's what they say when they say hydroxy. Um, and I exchange, cool. However, these ones, okay, could not be resolved. Okay, great. So that's probably why they left it. Possibly? No, it's not possible. Okay. Yeah, I would say that this is evidence that that we misspoke, that we you know, oh no, we're human, no. And so I do like that it is more than, I think it's more than expected is probably accurate term. And granted, I'd love to eventually get my hands on a table, but let's make sure I save this. So I don't want to show this, so I'll go ahead and go here. All right, cool. Well then, yeah, I 100% agree with you. So ideally in class, you would use the mannose one. Let's look at the mannose one and see how it's different than the glucose one. So mannose, and I even want to put in the structure a second. Oh wait, I have them. Nice. And so the difference, interesting, the chirality of that center. So, okay, interestingly enough, the only one, right, am I right in saying that? Oh, no, this one too. So let's copy some of this down onto another notepad. So which ones do this? Arabinose does it. Lycos does it. Mannose does it. Okay, great. Oh, did I miss one? Thank you. And oh, you're right. I was looking for numbers. Oh, what am I saying? It can do both. It can make 6-membered and 5-membered rings. I was thinking in my head 100, but it's not. It can do both. It's just that these are at, for the most part, lower quantities. Let's even see if that's true. This is a really cool paper. Just let me say this. As a quote-unquote somewhat student in this class as well, although hopefully a student who knows a lot about what's going on. That's why I hope they trusted me too. Because I think Emory is interested in, quote, investing in me, right? They want me to teach more classes. So at some point I got to teach this class with no background. Or they make me take the class with Dr. W before doing it, but I don't know if they want to do that. So anyways, they're saying teach it in the summer and hopefully you'll do well. Anyways, but all right, I agree. All the 5-membered ring ones are lower overall. I guess I wonder why. I maybe am curious. Why is this one the one that does the 5-membered ring the most? That's just something I'm a little curious about. And again, other students watching, what we're going through right now is not really something that is, I don't know, hyper important for the exam. So I know I had another student in here looking at a mechanism that I'd still like to work with. I just don't want to go over a mechanism that has so many videos associated with it. I want to answer the why in the mechanism. Why does this arrow happen? Why are the equilibrium this way? Why can't I do this is a great mechanism question as well. Ultros does 5 the most. And when I say that, what should I say? 5 does the most percentage out of all the other groups. And then, great, we looked at these ones are the ones that tend to make alpha more than beta. And so let's kind of go back to our chem draw for a second. And let's see a second if I can even highlight that. Or I can move it to my iPad, but okay, so see if I can do this. So we have this one, OH. They all have an axial OH. Oh wait, this one does too. So let's consider for a second. Why does this one not? Why does this one not? So these are exceptions to the rule for a second. But let's check altrose. Because let me tell you this, my intuition, as somebody who's done chemistry for a while, I want to look at things close to the center that can be S or R. I don't want to necessarily start looking to the rest of the molecule quite yet. I want to focus on where the effect is happening, because that's likely where I'm going to see the most interesting things to talk about. And then if it does answer my question, I'll keep walking away from that area. But altrose and idose. Wait a second. Look at idose is more. Is more. So this one isn't is more. Ayo, is more. Oh, this is such a cool paper. Idose is more. Altrose. Is altrose more? No, altrose is not more. Why is altrose not more compared to the others, even though it has what I'm suspecting is an electronic effect? Because here's my thing, right? It's not just the... Let me just explain what my thinking process is right now. So if you have this chair being more likely, and we're seeing that many of the chairs that agree with this have an axial OH as well, I'm wondering that, especially when I look at the chair for this as well has a sigma star that I bet these sigma bonds, you know, is this kind of another version? Is this interaction also pretty dang stabilizing? All right, not only do you have the anomeric effect that's stabilizing, but what about this overlap? Certainly this has to be part of the reason why when I have another electronegative OH, which makes my pi star bigger, maybe overlap here is more possible. That's kind of my intuition as a, wow, that's an advanced question. Does somebody really understand how the anomeric effect worked and could explain this pattern that we're seeing here? Oh man, I could cook up a real exam question, but I don't want it. Not to start. We gotta treat them okay. So other reasons why, what else is similar about these things? Next thing I'm kind of focusing on is, let's look at let's look at what is also, so next thing I'm thinking about, so my chemist brain, here's my chemist brain, let's do a new color. So the next thing I'm thinking about is 1,3 diaxial strain. So part of the reason why in cyclohexane chairs we don't have things going axial and so I'm going to go ahead and kind of look here and say, oh, this one's axial and has something big on it. Huh. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Again, maybe it's orbital overlap. Maybe that's just so important across all these chairs. Let's look over here. So here, again, there's no 1,3 diaxial strain. So this one is like, this chair is nice that when this does go axial, I gotta be careful. So we have to be careful how we're defining alpha, because I'm fairly certain we define it as alpha means that if this is down, or not that it's down, but when this is down, I think we start looking over here. Well, there's nothing here, but then this one is also down. So we have to think real careful about our chairs before we go too much further with this question. So let me make sure. So whenever I run into a definition question, let me show you what I do. So whenever I run into a definition question, again, because I've spent too much time doing chemistry, I always go to the IUPAC Gold Book. And you know what? About time this got a favorite on my chemistry browser. IUPAC. What we do in here is we're just going to put alpha. And there's lots of things that are alpha. But let's see if we can find... What have all the chemists decided about alpha and beta? Great. So now, rather than going to Wikipedia, which Wikipedia is usually pretty good, this I know is going to be good. Relative stereo descriptors used in carbohydrate nomenclature to describe the configuration at the anomeric carbon. We know what that is. We don't have to look up that term. The anomeric carbon, it's where the C has two O's attached to it. It's where in the chair, there's a carbon. I'll label it right here. This carbon, the one I'm saying in purple, that one has two O's attached to it. That's our anomeric carbon. Make sure I don't show anything I don't want to. Okay, so configuration of the anomeric carbon by relating it to the anomeric reference atom. For simple cases, the anomeric reference atom is the same as the configurational reference atom. Thus, an I don't remember if that's how. Okay, well, this is the truth. Or this is the truth we've decided, most of us have decided. For simple cases, the anomeric reference atom is the same as the configurational reference atom. Thus, an alpha-D glucopyranose, which we don't have, or we do, no, we don't have a picture of. Okay, the alpha-D glucopyranose, the reference atom is C5, and the OH at C1 is on the same side as the C5 in the Fischer projection. So let's make sure we're using the right things here. So IUPAC says, come on. IUPAC is telling me I wonder if there's a way to even convert to chairs. Probably not. Well, let's Google it. You're never gonna hurt in Google. So let's say chem draw convert 6-member ring to chairs automatically. Fischer projection. So they are saying, if they're saying the anomeric reference atom is the same as the configurational reference atom, what do they mean by the same? So they're calling the anomeric, so if I zoom in on this, they are calling the anomeric reference atom, and in this structure, the reference atom is C5. So they're labeling this one as C5, and the OH at C1. So this has to be C4. So this would be 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that tracks. They're just counting differently than how we counted in class. Is on the same side as the OH at the CH in the Fischer projection. So, okay, let me say this. I wouldn't even say that, in my opinion, well, maybe I should read more before I badmouth my fellow chemists. I'm assuming then that let's now go back to what was catching my attention for a second. So, okay, it seems to be, I agree. So let's go ahead and let's kind of go through these weird ones for a second, or not the weird ones. I guess let me say this. There is a lot of stuff to unpack here that is very interesting to me, and I'd love to talk about in another class. But one thing I want to make sure I'm doing is that when we're looking at the paper and we are when we're looking at the paper, they show us the isomers, and then I would be under the, I believe, correct assumption. No, this is not the correct assumption. No, it is the correct assumption. I think the correct assumption is what Dr. W said. I didn't quite see with a lot of clarity, in my opinion, even in the IUPAC Gold Book, which has me a little uncomfortable. But so for something to be alpha, they need to be on the same phase. So the alpha dearabinose would involve this being axial. This one would involve it being axial. D-mannose. This one would involve it being axial. This one would involve... So here's one, right? In the iodose one, it would be No. Yes. Yeah, it would be equatorial. The D-iodose would be equatorial, while this one was axial, and it would go axial. Make sure I'm saying this right. So, in this D-iodose one, because this is up, this also would be up, which is equatorial. And so, to think about what I'm thinking about, my argument changes for this center. When I flip it to axial, this would go equatorial, no longer donating what I talked about earlier in the video. And then this would go axial. And possibly this can do something, maybe kind of come over and donate. It's a little longer than some of the other ones, but glucose has that as well, so argument not so good. But and then D-talose, it would have it's the same issue. So we do have to be a little careful with our alpha chairs and our beta chairs when we draw them. Make sure we're drawing the right ones and following the convention that I believe is you do the carbon stereocenter that has the highest C number. If you set, well, it depends on, I guess technically if I want to use the IUPAC rules. IUPAC rules say make your anomeric carbon your largest counted carbon, count towards it, and then choose the carbon with the lowest number that has a stereocenter on it, and I think use that to do alpha and beta. Again, I don't see that in the technical definition, but in their example, it implies that definition, although not clearly stated. But anyways, you're right. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll make sure not to write a question that goes against data, but I could still ask a question on the anomeric effect. So I'm going to say I have saved this paper. I love the discussion we had. Is there any questions you have that I can answer? I think that the answer to some of these things is there's 1,3-diaxial strain that must be considered based on the chirality of the sugar you're dealing with. And then I think this point I brought up, probably, it seems to be appearing in some of these examples. Not all of them, right? We found some of them where technically we would say that this one, this one has to be equatorial, and then it would go axial, and then it would no longer have the effect that I'm talking about down here, which I'd love to remind myself how the heck did I do that. Is it, I think it's right click, isn't it? And you group it probably. You group it and then you can do brackets. Oh, I remember. I used to remember how to do these things. I used to be young. Oh, yes, these things. Look at that. Oh, that's so pretty. So I think this is an interesting effect as to explaining even more so when you have the next to the anomeric carbon. I bet if you have an axial OH, there is some electronic argument how that stabilizes it. And then looking elsewhere at other chiral centers at your, so let's also just kind of do it, the two reasons what's going on with this. So not only is there, this is my proposal. I got to be careful because I ain't no expert, but I've done enough chemistry to feel comfortable saying some of these things. The other thing is, I wonder that, okay, so here, for this to be down and for us to talk about the alpha chair, right, if that's down, then this whatever's making this chiral center has to have likely an H here and some OR group there. So there's lots of, let me see if I can even grab all of my ideas together. What a cool freaking question. So, okay, get rid of some of this stuff for now and just talk about the two examples. And I think so these are the possible chair, so on left and the right, so this is alpha chair possible if C, should I use gold rules or should I use Dr. W rules? I should probably use Dr. W rules. So if C5, and let's just label it once. So first issue that I want to point out is how some of this changes if in some of these examples, right, in Lycos, for example, the stereocenter comes on carbon 3, 1, 2, or sorry, 4, carbon 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so that changes a lot about the chair when you move over one. So let's look at that for a second. Okay, great. So this is my did not do this super pretty, but it's a good start. Okay, opposite sides. Or what if O is equatorial, pointing up? So alpha chair possible if C4 has chiral, alpha chair possible if C5 has chiral, and then I make two different arguments. Well, there's so many things to talk about here, but let's just go through a second and kind of try to have a summary so I can talk about it in the table for a second. So let's edit this. 10, 1 hour, 10, 27. Okay. Talking about alpha definition. Talking about define alpha and is alpha major, minor, other electronic things in steric or steric things. Okay, so, all right, welcome to the timestamp. So basically, we had I know I keep saying basically the same thing, but we basically had a student come in and provide this paper, pause the video and look at it. But basically, what was brought up is that what was said in lecture doesn't seem to be agreed with experimentally, and so perhaps the statement should have been that the alpha isomer was greater than expected, but maybe major was not the best word to use, or maybe we should have said more major than we expected, but that terminology can get a little froggy. And so then we started looking at ones where we saw in the paper that the alpha one, and which ones did we find that the alpha one, so not this one, but this one is more, not this one, but this one is more, not this one, 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 this one's more, not this one, this one's more, and so we circled all the ones that were more, and one thing I noticed is that in many of these, the OH is axial on what we might define as carbon 2. If we define the anomeric carbon as carbon 1, the carbon with two things on it. And let me make sure we see our chairs for this. Recall, alpha says the C1 and furthest CX has opposite sides of the sugar. C1 and the furthest CX has C5 is not always chiral, so be careful. No defining things, or like know how to define, and no anomeric effect and 1,3 so let's say anomeric effect, which is electronic, and recall 202/3 1,3 diaxial strain ideas to support why chairs are stable if not expected. And so basically there's that kind of thing I want to think about. And so when we do have C5 being chiral, just something interesting to note, not only do we have the anomeric effect, you can watch the class video to see that, but I also think it might be interesting to consider how there is a, well, first, what we said in the anomeric effect has something to do with this having a pi star on it, and so there is an orbital here that the oxygen is donating into. But also, we have some bonding orbitals here. And so there's an effect here, certainly, that, and I did the orbitals wrong in terms of their size, but just let it go for now. Right, this has almost another version of the anomeric effect, right? It's the sigma bond of the CO bonding into the sigma, the pi star. And then in addition, I said, but also, this is bonding. There is a bonding orbital here, and there's also an anti-bonding orbital over here. And so I might even say that the anomeric effect really just says anti-bonds can overlap. And when I say anti-bonds, think Newman, can overlap sigma star and sigma, tends to favor bonds that have unequal sharing of electrons. Think CO. Because O has more pi star shape. Think CO because O has more sigma bonding on O. I shouldn't say more. I should say has bigger sigma orbital. And C has bigger sigma star orbital. So you by having this unequal sharing of electrons in a bond, you are changing the shape of the waves of the orbitals to be bigger on one atom and then bigger theoretically, right? When I say theoretically, what I'm really saying is LUMO. LUMOs are theoretical. They don't exist. There's no electrons there. But there is a space for a wave to technically fill that shares approximate energy with this other actual real wave. And when waves are similar to one another in energy, they share some sort of shape or resonance to them. They can fill each other's spaces and lower themselves in energy, which is incredible physical chemistry things to think about. So that's the anomeric effect. And we use it in class to explain how the O's lone pairs donate in. But I also think you can say, well, if I do have a CO bond next door on C2, I could probably also talk about a version of the anomeric effect there. And I bet that's maybe already in the Wikipedia article. Maybe I'm already talking about something everybody knows. Anyways, the other thing I want us to think about too, though, is we can also go back and look at the sugars that tend to have good alphas. And we also want to consider what the heck is here, right? Is there big groups? Are there big groups here? Oops. Right, are there big groups here, and are there possibly big groups here? Because if we have big groups here or something going on at these things, that's not an electronics argument. I mean, it does still involve orbitals, but instead of orbitals overlapping, LUMOs and HOMOs, and even HOMOs and HOMOs to some degree, but when you do have HOMOs interacting with one another, or I should say HOMOs, when you have orbitals overlapping with one another in space, yes, if they're both filled, there can be resonance about how they can fill more space, if it's in a ring system or conjugated or p orbitals, but oftentimes we don't always love having filled orbitals bump into each other just because electrons repulse in general, and so that causes the 1,3 diaxial strain. So we want to consider how there is this kind of anomeric effect that I'm talking about in this picture, and let me make a arrow a second. So this is kind of describing what's going on here, whereas here I also want to consider 1,3 diaxial strain, if not where questions are, better for this to appear. And so, just for fun to end this discussion, let's look at the one that has the most alpha. It is Manos. Let's look at Manos for a second, and let's make sure we draw the right thing. So we have, where are you, my friend Manos? Manos, right here. Okay, great. So if this is Manos's, why is Manos the best? Sorry, I don't, oh, I know why it's doing it, I bet. I bet if I did this. Yes, I'm a god! Okay, boom. That's up, so that would be down. Great. So in Manos, first, we get the anomeric effect. Yes, and we get what I'm assuming is also called the anomeric effect, but I'm just saying more orbitals overlap. And, yes, science works! Or at least my hypothesis makes some sense. And look at the 1-3 diaxial strain in this case. No 1-3 diaxial strain. So this has anomeric effect on oxygen, anomeric effect on C2, and the 1-3 diaxial strain as low as possible. That's why D-Manos, that's why I would propose my hypothesis as to why this is the one that appears the most common. I think it's 2 anomeric effects, or how we're using anomeric effect to think about electronics on the carbon and oxygen next door, and how 1-3 diaxial strain plays a role. So, science is not dead. Thank goodness we did it. I'm going to leave that question there and get back to writing the exam. But, leave the timestamp. Cool. Very cool. Awesome question. That was a really cool question answer in my office. The squiggly line indicates that it is the 2 isomers. A squiggly line indicates that when they were isolating compounds in their paper, they wanted their paper to not be so ugly that they had to do both chairs. And so when you do a squiggly line, you're basically saying, I am saying that my Manos structure Alright, this is Manos. However, another version of Manos is this one. The alpha, the beta, squiggle says it can be either up or down. We measure amount of up and down. And that's what they do in this paper. And so Manos, the defined alpha, has everything I talked about. And I'm just going to do a quick little check to see, am I right that the anomeric effect is not just what we talked about in class? Is what I proposed already, like, super well known? So this is what we saw in class. Substituent effects. And reverse anomeric effect? Ah, no, maybe not. Dang it. Nah, maybe not. No, that's not what I care about. Ooh, bear and group meeting. These are good stuff. This is like the Bible when it comes to good study notes. Or whatever the Bible is to you. No, my idea is not really talked about anywhere. Maybe I'm just crazy, but I don't think I am. I have to be right. It's the exact same argument. I guess do the calculation in the computer, right? Calculate the energy level of the orbital on the lone pair compared to the energy level of the sigma bond axial on C2. No, we can't always trust calculations, but if they're similar in energy, I think my theory has more evidence to it. I wonder how I could test it. Interesting. Well, I'll tuck that away as something that I don't think necessarily it's clearly researched on, which is interesting to me. But anyways. Oh crap! I don't want to show that. Well, I can show that. Thank goodness. Gotta be careful. Yo, so, we can meet on Zoom if it's personal.
I keep doing that. Anyways, okay. Let me make a timestamp for this.
Oops, wrong one. But thank you for the question. This is a good question. So let's make a quick timestamp on it. There's always this like thing I'm thinking about. I love these timestamps, but I'm even starting to wonder, how the heck do I get all of this information localized in one area that's easy for someone to go to? Because right now you have to go to so many discussion boards, so many different places to figure out what I've said and not said. So need to think more on that. But, so let's say it starts at 48. So question on Zoom and separate devices. So yeah, basically. And discussion board post. I'm assuming you're talking about the screenshot I just uploaded. Let's see a second. So yep, I have a, let's see. Don't show student names. I believe that's my only post. Let's just check before we send it. Yep, great. So basically, if you go in here, what you will see is that you must enter the Zoom classroom first. That's how you get the access code for the midterm. You have to show me that you have access to Zoom. Either you're going to use your uProctor device to access Zoom first, or you can use a separate device, a cell phone, a tablet, another laptop to access Zoom first. You talk to me, you say, hopefully you're not coming in and saying, I didn't have time to set up ProctorU. It happens. But hopefully you come in and say, yep, I'm ready. I just need the code. I give you the code. You stay in Zoom, possibly. This is what we're experimenting with. Possibly you stay in Zoom, but disconnect your webcam. Go into uProctor, access everything, and you're able to stay in the Zoom room so you have a direct line of communication to me about not clarification on the exam, not questions on the exam, but stuff going on in uProctor. Things you have about accommodations and ProctorU that is not working. And if not, you leave the Zoom room, you have the passcode, you've shown me you can at least come find me, and then you take it in uProctor, knowing that ideally, if you have a second device, you can come back into Zoom with ProctorU questions. Even more ideal, you're able to be in Zoom and on ProctorU at the same time. I'm not sure if that'll happen or not. So, again, it's part of what I'm going to have to be more clear about in class, especially in the fall semester, but more and more in this semester, understanding that I haven't been very clear, because I don't know how to be clear on some of these things. But it's very important to me. I really do need a survey that has you tell me what technology are you using for this course, and that way when you take an exam, you're going to show me all that technology, make sure I can see where it is, set it aside, tablets, phones, other laptops. Make sure it's clear where they are. Again, I'm not going to punish people because this has not been very clear, but this is good etiquette. This is what I wrote for best etiquette in here. But you then have to take the ProctorU in a less than ideal situation, but at least I get the benefit of finally seeing what you guys are doing. In an online class, that's just so important because there is a lot of honor code issues in an online class that I have much less control over when I'm not physically there in one room with all of you. Right? Jokingly, I can't wait for a virtual reality test. I can't wait till that's as common as cell phones are, that I can walk around a virtual exam room and watch you as a human being taking an exam. Now that's I'll probably be dead. What do you think, Bilbo? I probably won't see that life, but I know it's probably going to happen at some point. So anyways, I hope that helps a little bit. Let me know if you have more questions. quick question. Let me make sure we get a nice timestamp. Okay, 3:57, 26. So ChemDraw download does not work while uProctor is going. I wonder if I assumed so that it wouldn't allow other programs. Or I didn't assume so. I guessed that it might not allow other programs. I know. Well, here's my answer to both 1 and 2. So what happens if you can't use the program ChemDraw and you can't use the program Spotify? In some ways, I had a setting on uProctor that I thought would allow for you to use online ChemDraw and online Spotify. Oh, it does work. Good. Okay, ChemDraw does work. Great. Nice. That's huge. ChemDraw is a great tool to use. I should add that as a tool. Dang. Let me make that note right now to add that. So that is, in my opinion, a tool. Programs like ChemDraw. Yeah, try online Spotify, because I'd like to have music. Oh, cool. I was able to join Zoom class. Cool. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Or at least good to know in your situation. Let's do some editing a second. Assignments. Pull this back over. Let's not for a second. But I think, it's like you can listen to Spotify. Once you get the test open up after you can then rejoin the Zoom class after. Cool. Kara works on both. Interesting. I wonder how that works. I wonder where it's splitting the video feed. If uProctor's doing it or is your computer doing it? Lots of questions about technology because I like technology. I understand technology to some degree, but I can't answer everything about it right away. Proctor, you had me authenticate my Emory account with a duo push on my phone, so before people's phones are put away, they need to use it to log in. Okay, good to know, good to know. And that's kind of going to be tricky too. We'll figure out a lot of things, and I'll just take a lot of notes, because I do want to use Proctor U in the fall, even though I'm in person. I think I want to have a lot of Canvas quizzes, or Canvas midterms in the fall, because of how much easier they are to grade, but I was able to open the camera app on my laptop and take a picture of my handwritten notes. Oh, cool. Cool. Okay. Yeah. So Zoom does kind of take control of your camera, but allows you to take photos elsewhere. That's huge. And great. Because, again, ideally, I should have done a survey, and I'll do this in the fall, a survey at the beginning of class. What is the technology you're willing to tell me you're going to use in this class? And they won't know why they're doing it until later, where I'm like, okay, all that technology you told me you had, you gotta put it somewhere where I can see it. No, it's not ideal, but we gotta protect the honor code. And more, I think, rather than protecting the honor code, which is important ethically, but I really need to know, am I teaching you or not? Are you memorizing things and you can't memorize everything, and so that's why you're failing, or do you not understand things? And I need to get better at making sure you understand things and all this other stuff. So anyways, good questions. Let me make sure I have a good timestamp description. Details about what Proctor you can and cannot do. Finding out about ChemDraw program and possibly Spotify not working as program, but maybe in a browser. Because I would like to allow music that's streamed. It's like, you can't have this, you can't have in-ear headphones, you can't have any of those like wireless Bluetooth headphones. Proctor U knows to look for that and is pretty good at seeing that. But anyways, Proctor U closed all my open Chrome tabs when I first opened it. Ouch. Okay, good to know. So, yeah, kind of not ideal that it does that. You can't really prepare. You really want to have, like for example in mine, right, I have all of these ones set up so I can go right to what I need to. My gold book, great. I want to build a molecule, great. I want to do mole view, great. I want to check canvas, great. All these other things. Anything you want to have open during an exam, open it after you open the test because it boots you off of everything. Thank you for testing this. That's huge. The other thing too, I'm not sure if you're an accommodation student or not, but something to very much so consider and be ready for something to go wrong. I tell Canvas in Canvas about accommodations in a separate setting. We're going to have to see if that gets pushed to ProctorU or not, or does ProctorU just take the time limit? If it just takes the time limit, we're going to have some issues, but we'll work through them. My accommodation students will work with me kind of one-on-one. We'll talk privately in the Zoom chat, or if no one's in the room at the moment, we can quickly jump into a breakout room and talk, but that is my last concern, and I have some things in mind to make sure that goes well. So we will see how all that goes. But anyways, awesome. Keep sending questions. If not, I'm going to get back to working on that midterm. Okay, so I'm going to make a quick timestamp here. So this is 2024, 204-24, exam 1, question 6, but it's an alternate question. It's kind of a question that has you thinking about lots of things. So we save that. Okay. So again, on the exam, we're actually already looking at the Hayworth. I was about to say it again, the classic Old English thing. We're looking at a Hayworth projection, and so we see in the exam key that we need to provide the Fisher projection, the six-membered ring, and the line wedge dash formation. And so, but still, we can ask this question. So what if on the exam, instead of seeing the projection we got, what if we were looking at this structure on the exam? And I call this the Chem 202, the Chem 150 structure, which you're probably used to. Oops, that wasn't super pretty. I think you'll get the idea, but I'll let it go. And down here to here. So if we are doing the 5-member Hayworth projection, the HP, we want to make sure that we first draw the structure right and make sure we draw it right on the exam. I think the students would greatly appreciate that. And of course, I'm not going to do this, but I recommend for all my anxious students that do what you can do first, which is that you can add a bunch of electrons that are missing. You can add a bunch of atoms that are missing to this. And so, you know, I might start doing that by putting some stuff here. I might remind myself that there's an H going down there. But then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take Dr. W's advice from the lecture and start labeling some carbons. And so that's C1, that's C2, that's C3. And I'm going to stop at C4 because that will lead me to the O that makes the 5-member ring. So that's the one that I'm going to grab onto and pull it around. Here, I'll show this in blue. I'm going to pull this around and attack the C1 with that. Now, because this is an open tool exam, now I have to be real careful because I'm working on the exam. So let me quickly get the... They said that they were able to get ChemDraw working while they were using ProctorU, so that's great. And if not, there's also an online ProctorU. And also, you don't have to do what I'm about to do. I'm going to do it so I speed up this office hour, but certainly what I want to kind of showcase is that I'm going to now, rather than showing you on my iPad what's happening, I kind of want to show you how I might want to solve this question using a really nice tool, and that's ChemDraw. So I'm going to make sure I put in the exact same molecule. And we'll put an H there. And let me say this. Some students will be like, I'm not ready to use this tool. I know you're not ready to use this tool, but it's a really good tool to start seeing how helpful it is in, well, for a chemist in general. And for me personally, if I'm teaching my students, I'd like them to start using tools that the experts are using. Because using an expert level tool like this will make it easier to possibly to get into a lab that has more of a chemistry focus to it, potentially. So let's make sure we draw the structure right, go back. And why I'm drawing the structure in here is ChemDraw has a really useful tool. Something that, again, I can get on my right hand. I can go right now and say, let's look at this carbon right here a second, and let's assign the stereochemistry before. Right, let's say in this red one, what's the stereochemistry here? Well, I know as an expert level chemist that there's an H going back here. And so I say, okay, my thumb goes into the screen or away from me, and I'm going to put my hands at the number 1 thing on the clock that I see. The wedge is the part of the clock, so I'm going to say the wedge is my 1, so my hand's going to go where 1 is. So I have thumb pointed away from me. The viewer sees the hydrogen dashed away from them. And then I see this clock in my head, right? The clock is, like, imagine if there was, oops, let's do it here. Imagine if there was like a little clock right in front of me here. And I had this kind of like ticking, oops, let's do this over here. All right, I have this clock and I have this tick, 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 tick clock going thing. So in my head, I see how all 3 of these substituents coming off of the red carbon are kind of all on a clock. And so my hand, the 4 fingers of my hand is part of the clock. And so again, the hydrogen is pointed away from me. I put my clock hand starting at number 1, which is the OH. That's going to an O, not to a carbon. And then I look to the side and I say, okay, over here I have a carbon double bonded to an O. So that counts as 2 O's to 1 carbon. Over here I have only 1 carbon to an O, 1 carbon to an H, 1 carbon to another carbon. So this is my number 2 substituent going clockwise on the clock. So I'm going to go tick, 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 tick. This way we'll go from 1 down to substituent 2, as I would label it. And so I'm going to put my thumb in the screen away from me, start my hand at 1. I'm going to curl and say, oh, look it! It's not hurting my hand. This is a thumbs up feeling. I'm not breaking my hand to go to the other way on the clock. I'm not going counterclockwise with my right hand. I'm going from 1 down to 2. That's a thumbs up with my right hand, which means this center should be R. So I'm going to guess that the red is R. C red is R. Now again, we can do this for every single one of these, but instead I can go structure or object, and I can do show stereochemistry. And look, haha, my right hand still works. So great. Now we know the stereochemistry of all these carbons. So let's kind of also put into this what I did as well. This is C1. Let's make sure all of these have C's in them. That's C2. That's C3. That's C4. Okay, great. So I have all of these ones here that are coming together to form my compound. And one interesting thing about this question is when I do bring this, when I bring this connection over to my, well, what I really should label, right, is this one is, right, what we want to do is label this one C1. This one's C2. We want to start C1 at the carbonyl carbon. If we're in R, chain sugar. And let's make this a little bit bigger. Scale the settings. Let's bring that out. Let's bring that out. Let's bring that out. Let's bring that out and get rid of this. We know that those are there. And again, let's show our stereochemistry if we can. Oh, I bet it won't allow it now. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have up here, we'll kind of remove all those labels and see, when I stretch the bonds, will it still let me show stereochemistry? Okay, well, great. So, okay, I have my compound here, and I have my kind of additional compound over here that tells me my stereocenter. Now, when we're trying to get to the Hayworth projection, we're trying to think about how we're not looking at a ring like this on the sheet of my paper. Let me kind of expand this out a little bit. All right, we're not trying to get to the, and I want to make sure I don't do anything wrong, so let's go ahead and bring this up. We're not looking at a 5-membered ring like this. And so on the exam key, just to keep it in line with the exam key, we're going to notice that we take the 5-membered ring and we kind of push it into the plane of the page. Now, I want to make it clear, right, if you're doing this problem and you want to kind of practice a little something, you can still do everything I'm going to do and kind of change how your 5-membered ring looks. But for kind of comparison to the exam key, just to see a real clear example, let's leave it like this, and they're showing us that the O that makes the connection, here in light blue, they put it on the top in the key. So let's make sure we see that. So now we know where's the connecting O. The O that's saying, whoa, I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna come in right here, and I'm gonna form a 5-membered ring. And so then we're going to consider that we have over here then, let's put them in this way. And please ask me questions as well as you're watching if you notice anything you want to talk about. And so again, if I was a student who was a little anxious, I'd start doing things that are easy. Let's just rename the carbons and say, okay, I know that I should have a 4-carbon ring where one of the oxygens that makes the 5-membered ring is one that's kind of hanging outside the ring and is coming over and plop, going right into the carbonyl and forming a bond. The electrons on here are going to, in the presence of acid, right, pop, go right there. And so now we have this group here. We have, this is the in red, or sorry, let's say in yellow. That's the new bond. So this is the new bond in yellow. New bond that appears in yellow. Awesome. So then on C4, what's C4? I have this OH here connected to that, and it looks like it goes out to a carbon with a C5. But what I want to make sure I'm very, very careful of is we need to start considering, before we do the Hayworth projection, this is just how I would approach this problem, or how I would teach approaching this problem. Let's keep it not in a weird projection to start, just so we can figure some things out and use our tool really, really effectively. So what I want to do is kind of say, let's leave this off to the side. We'll come back to that in a second. But what I want to do is, let's make a 5-membered ring very similar to what we're going to produce over in the Hayworth projection. Hayworth projection. We're going to put an O there. And then we know that we need to go off to some center that has to be R. So I am right now envisioning, let's kind of show you where I'm working. So I see over here, let's make this purple, C4 is this one here, C4. And so I'm looking at that one, and what I'm considering is I gotta draw all of the orange stuff, all of the stuff that's not in the ring, it's just hanging off the ring. So it goes off to a C, it goes off to some O, H, and then this goes off to, right, it's a C5, or C4 goes to C5, goes to a methylene or a CH2, and then off to an OH. But there's chirality here. So I'm just going to take a guess. I'm guessing that maybe that one's down, and maybe that one's up. Who knows? We'll just take a guess on it. And then we're going to move over to now C3. So let's kind of look at, what have we not used? Green. Let's look at C3. So now I'm going to kind of move down here and say to myself, okay, I've got my green carbon here. And what I'm trying to do is get a good idea of what this looks like in my Chem 202 brain, in my understanding that I developed from 202, which doesn't involve these projections yet, but I think if I understand it well enough in 202 and 203, I can convert it to their new projection. So C2H, great, and let's just say that if this was down, this has to be up, so it looks like we might want to make those centers a little different. But let's just experiment. Let's try putting it down. Okay, we got an OH there. Then we go over to our red carbon here. Color it in red. And let's just put that on a dash. And again, with ChemDraw, just an interesting thing you can do is if you just use the select key, the marquee spacebar, you can grab a part of an atom and kind of pull on it a little bit. Pull on it to make it easier for some things to see. So I'll do that now. Great, C2, I've got that. Now we're going to go to our carbonyl. And I'm not really sure which way this thing opened. Did it open? Because, again, because I was given this structure hypothetically, right? Really, the test does not do this. The test does tell us what the stereocenter is. But if I was, let's say, given a tricky question on an exam where I was given this structure, I want to make it very clear that part of our learning objectives in the first couple of days is to realize that this carbonyl carbon, let's put it in, let's give it a real cool color. Yes, pink. So the pink looks very similar to the other one, so that's not great, but okay. The slightly less purple pink carbon, the carbonyl carbon, the one we're going to show over here, Is there a better color I can use? Not particularly. Alright, so we'll go back to pink and we'll try to make do. So, okay. Got our beautiful pink one over here. We don't know what the stereochemistry of this is going to be. So I can put anything here and be right. I'll put it up and on an OH for now. Okay, now I'm going to highlight my whole molecule, and I'm going to do object, structures, show stereochemistry. Okay, so it looks like, again, this center, I don't care about if it's S or R. Does not matter to me because I know that when the new bond was formed, right, in this structure, it's here, the new bond is in yellow. When the new bond formed, I don't know if it attacked from on top, or sorry, in this case, attacked on bottom, or did it attack on top and give me a dash? Notice when I change it from S to R, all I'm doing is changing it from a dash to a wedge, and that changes the S and R in real time. And so that's what we're seeing here. And notice how it doesn't affect any of the other stereo centers, right? Notice these letters don't change when I change it from a dash to a wedge. So for now, we'll say that it attacks the carbonyl and pushed the OH up in relation to the other stereo centers on the ring. Now let's move over to R. R is S. Is that right? Ooh, no, it's not. It should be R. So I need to dash this to down. Now it's R, now it's R. Great. Now let's move over to the third carbon. The green carbon says we need to be S. Am I S? I am. Great. So that is a down oxygen. Okay. Moving on to the purple carbon. That one needs to be R. And, oh, yep, great. I did it. It is R. Happy me. And last but not least, the orange area does have a chiral center in it. It's R. Oh, I did it wrong. Dang it. All right, we'll have that go up again. So tricky here, I want to note that what we have going on here is it's going up once and then up again. So it's going out of the screen and even further out of the screen to make this stereo center here. And so now we have converted correctly. Now note this one, we don't know what this center is going to be. It could be R or S. But now what I want to start thinking to myself is, I know from Chem 202, I know that a dash is down, and I know a wedge is up. And so to move it to the Hayworth projection, I'm going to take this, and I'm going to move it into more of a Hayworth-looking thing. And I'm going to do the ugly, like, oh no, please don't put a bond like that angle. Ouch. You know, please don't make me put a bond angle like this. Ouch. Please don't make me do this. But notice how I'm saying that on these rings, right, if I was to take more of a general approach to this, R, 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 or let's do X, 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 Y. Oh, it does Bach groups. Cute. Alright, fine. We'll take Bach groups. Look them up. They're super cool. No, don't. It looks so bad, so let's make them Ys. Ys, Ys, Ys. And so as I'm drawing right now, a dash, a down, that's where the Y, or sorry, a dash down, that's where the X's would go. And a wedge up, that's where the Y's would go. And so in my head, I'm converting what I know from Chem 202 and using my tools. Now I know I might have to not have these tools. I might spend a lot more time than an expert would answering this question to show that this OH goes up, this OH goes down, this OH goes down, and then this one goes up. And then we have it up to the carbon, up there. So now I went up, and then this center should still be R. I'm curious, once I get rid of my C notation, which I can return that in a second, is it able to understand these ones? Yeah, it is. Okay, great. R for orange, R for purple, S for green, R for red, and then we don't know what this is on the carbon. So cool, it even does it for Hayworth projection. So great. my chiral centers all look good. Let's go back to this argument. And if, let's see in the exam instructions a second, convert the following, blah, 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 blah. With all CC bonds anti to each other. Okay, it doesn't really tell us. It doesn't tell us we have to put in the hydrogen, so I didn't. They did in their structure. But let's look and see how I did. So OH up, OH down. Ooh, interesting. Why is this one different? So we do have a little bit of a possible error on the exam, or a possible error that I'm doing, but let's take a look at that in a second. So and then the other one is right. So it would seem that in this structure here, if I've drawn it correctly, which I believe I have, up, down, he puts it up there. And let's be real careful with even this is a little bit, well, actually it's fine. Up. He puts that one up, so let's put that on a wedge. R. Oh, did I just mess up? No, I didn't. I'm still right. Okay, and then let's check his answer key a second. Make sure that... I think I took that structure right. Up, 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 down. Yeah, interesting. So I think there is very... So let me first confirm some things. So the error that might be on the exam is this center here. We had a little bit of a disagreement on. In this center here, if I object, show stereochemistry, as I presented it, I said it was going to be S. And so first, let's do stereochemistry not using the program, because we don't know if the program's wrong, if the exam's wrong, but we know our right-hand rule works. So let's think about where is the 4 in this diagram. Well, it's going up here. So I'm going to put it up. I know that my clock is pointing down, and so I'm going to ask myself, okay, which way do I rotate to get to my number 2? So if I go this way, I get to a carbon with an O. If I go this way, I get to a carbon with an O. Okay, doesn't change anything. How about carbon to a carbon? Okay, here I go. Carbon, also to a carbon. Well, carbon to an H, carbon to an H. Okay, we got to go one further. So I go carbon to a carbon with an O. I go to a carbon with an O. I go to a carbon with another O. I go to a carbon to a carbon, or sorry, I go to a carbon to a carbon with 2 O's. I go to a carbon with only 1 O. So it does seem that this is going to be my second priority. So boom, pointed down, and I would rotate this way to it. So it looks like I do have a, oh, well, I guess it's the Hayworth projection, so it's kind of awkward. Boom, boom. Oh, maybe this did it wrong? Okay, I'm a little suspicious of ChemDraw because I think this maybe should be an R center. So let's be a little careful with trusting ChemDraw on these Hayworth projections. And let's go back to this structure here and say, I have it right now. Make sure I'm translating it correctly. Bringing it around. Let's make sure that's coming over. This C, red, S. So I got to fix this back to what it was. Maybe that was my error. Oh, I bet I read it wrong. RSR. I bet I read it wrong. All right, my bad. I think the exam key is right. Let's just fix my error. So what I think I did wrong was I looked at this R and I possibly put it here in my head when I needed to remind myself that this is not a chiral center and I'm starting here. So if that is correct now, yep, that looks good. Going over to it. And again, this center we don't know anything about, but okay, now we're saying that this one is up, but we don't know. But granted, in the key it's up, and we'll leave it that way because we know it's true. This one is down and should be down, but this one should be down. And this one... So let's check back on here. So, okay, make sure my right-hand rule is working. So we'll come in here and say we know there's also an H coming up and out of the ring. And so now we go boom, boom, boom. Yep, I agree that one... Oh, wait, it is... I was wrong in my assignments, I guess. So let's check again. Here to here goes to just an O, a C, and an H, an O, a C, and an H. Okay. Then if we go one further, this goes to a C, this goes to a C, that goes to 2 O's, this goes to a C. Oh, is it maybe? I bet it's that you can go to this O first and then go to that C there. O, because we follow the highest priority. C to C to O to an H. C to C to O to a C. So it is that's the second one. Okay, so up, down, break hand should be S. So my H is now coming at me. It's a wedge. My clock that I see is here. And again, I'm pointing my clock arrow down this way, and I'm going up to this one because this one's number 2. So I have my clock set up. I break my hand to go to number 2 because I have to go to the O, and that's where the difference is in group priority, giving me truly an S center here. So now let's look at his example here where we agree for a second. Let's agree that here, let's agree this one is S. I'm sure it is. Oh, wait, maybe. Oh, but wait. Maybe there's a difference when we bring the ring together. That things get a little funky sometimes. I don't know how that would affect the an answer necessarily. But, okay, that's down. Boom. Boom. Next priority going over, the same. Going down. Second one is over here. In, down. Break my hand. So it is S. So I agree it's S here. So it's S here. I agree it's S here. But on his Hayworth, what happened here? So let's look at this one here. It would appear to me that he has it going up, so my H is down. My clock is kind of down here. 1. We know we go out 1, and we know that's our second one. So his is R. So I do think there might be a slight error, possibly, in these structures. I don't think are the same structure. I don't think they're chiral. So small error in that. Let me make that. What I would do is, or let's see how the exam, where is the error in the exam? Let's see a second. I believe this center here should be down. So I think this part of the exam needs to have this part of the compound going down if we're representing this Hayworth. Is that kind of maybe what was confusing you? That there's an error in the exam, or in the exam, at least in the exam key. And so let me make a note about that. But that's how I approach these questions. I go basically from saying, again, your question was not necessarily, because your question was asking about something that the exam already gives. So we basically said, what if we were given a line structure? This is how I approach the Hayworth, Hayworth projection with more of my 202 organic background, where I would say I would make the 5-membered ring in ChemDraw or on paper if I had to without my tools, and I would assign my RNSs as I could with my right hand rule, making sure I assign my priorities correct. And then I can go over here and kind of see that if I do this projection correctly, if dashes are down, I should put them down, and if wedges are up, I should as well put them up as well. I think the other approach to it would be to go to your Fisher projection first and then transfer it over. Because what is I think the long answer of this is chiral centers are your guide. Chiral centers have to be our guide in these examples, because if we know the chirality of the center, we should be able to draw a Hayworth projection that, when we show the stereochemistry on it, it should show what our original model was. R, R, S, R, and then again, this center, we don't know what it's going to be. But the chirality of the Hayworth projection, if we assign priorities correctly, should be the same. Cool. All right, thank you. Alright, guys. So I had some wonderful little meetings today that I hope you're able to check the, or not hope, I know you can. Make sure there's nothing in here that I shouldn't show. Well, it's all anonymous, I doesn't show anything. Oh wait, I'm not even showing anything. Let's make sure I don't show anything though. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Okay, great. So, just for anybody who kind of wonders what happened at the end, again, I've got these office stamps that you can find at this discussion board here, the live stream office timestamps. You can now watch, because I'm going to close down this video. I had some great meetings with students, but of course when I meet with students, other work can't get done. And so to make sure that the midterm is the best experience and does test learning objectives accurately, works off of Dr. W's exams and QTPs, I'm going to have to shut down the stream and kind of be a little bit away from communication with students until the exam is done. I know that's less than ideal, but I figure I gave about 6 hours worth of time to meet with me, which is a pretty good office hour, all things considered. So I am going to keep an eye on my email for like real big, like, man, I really could use some help right now. And so if you really do need some serious help, I can always come back and show something really quickly. So anyways, I'm going to get back to writing the exam, but feel free to review what happened in this awesome live stream where we're getting better and better at stuff. So have a good night, and again, I want to remind you that when it comes to this exam, oftentimes a lot of students with their schedule and how intense this class is, and even in a fall semester, in a normal semester, because you're taking on so many other classes, you have to prioritize how much of this content do I really deeply learn, and how much of it do I try to memorize quickly and move forward. I want to ask that this test rewards deeper thinking. It has less questions, but the questions may ask making sure you know some deeper things about what's going on here. Not always. Sometimes I do have some easier questions, but there are going to be some questions that you will deem as hard or time consuming. So hopefully you'll start to work on finding good tools that help you, good resources that help you, making sure you're all ready to go for the ProctorU experience, and that we have a somewhat not painful experience tomorrow. I'm ready for it to absolutely blow up in a lot of ways, but I'm really hoping to get some good experimental data for my own personal engagement with ProctorU as the instructor. So anyways, the exam does not define you in any way, and your contract can be used to show me that maybe you learned more of the content after the exam deadline, and you can prove that to me as I've outlined a little bit, and I'll work on outlining more clearly when I get more time. And in addition, learn things deeply, because you don't have to answer every question on this test. Answer the question that you feel like you deeply learned, and don't try to memorize everything real quickly. So anyways, you guys are great. I love ya. Well, I like ya. And well, I love all humans, right?